listo y listo. Ya. ¿Qué? Eso. Ah, el ojito. ¿Y este? No, ya. Me devuelvo acá. Ujú, listo. Ujú. Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this session of National ELT Medellin 2025. We are very glad to have you here as we continue sharing ideas and experiences that enrich our teaching practice. It is my pleasure to introduce Mr. Samuel Reales. He's an experienced English instructor who has taught students from diverse backgrounds and proficiency levels. He has led innovative English teaching programs for both children and adults and contributed to curriculum design and language assessment projects at the Centro Colombo Americano. For the past 8 years, Samuel has served as an Education USA advisor, guiding students in pursuing academic and professional opportunities in the United States. Through this role, he discovered his passion for professional development and has become a dedicated mentor for students seeking to expand their horizons. Education USA, a USA Department of State network with over 430 advising centers in more than 175 countries and territories, promotes U.S. higher education worldwide, and Samuel is proud to be part of this mission. Okay, uh, please join in. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Mr. Samuel Reales. Mr. Samuel, you
Good
can
after
start with the presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for that introduction. Once again, my name is Samuel Reales, and I am the Education and State Director based in Bogota. Just for you to know, today we're going to talk about how to pursue master's degree
Siga.
in the United States of America, and
Listo.
uh, I'm going to talk
Eso.
to
Gracias.
you
Ve,
about the
mira.
opportunities that every single teacher can find in the States, not only for master's degree but also for PhD programs. So let's start. USA. Maybe some of you are not. So remember that we are a network of advisors from the State Department, and we are located or we are based at Centros Colombo Americanos in different cities. At this point, we are in Cali, we are Manizales, Pereira, Armenia, Bogota, and in Barranquilla, we are at Unisimon. Just in case if there's anybody here from Barranquilla or Cartagena who wants to look for our services, you can actually go to that center. What we do is that we pretty much give information to all students about accredited universities, and we simply give professional counseling on international education. That means that if a student like you is interested in an undergraduate program, a master's degree, we would be totally ready to help you and walk you through the process so you can
Gracias.
succeed. Um, we also have libraries where you could find material in order to prepare for tests or for in order to find information about the different steps to apply to universities in the United States of America. We're a really good group of busy people. We give workshops, we participate in educational fairs. This coming September the 17th, we're going to have a university fair coming to Bogota, 36 accredited universities that will be offering their programs. So if anybody is in town, you're totally invited and welcome to register. It's totally free, and then you're gonna have the opportunity to talk to 36 representatives from these universities. And we also talk a little bit about the Amity program. That's a special program for English teachers. Now, let's get into the nitty gritty of this presentation. Why a master's degree in the US and especially for teachers? Just for your information, I had the pleasure or the let's say the lack to study to do a master's degree in the United States of America a long time ago. But I feel that I could actually find world class universities. You're going to find some of the top universities in the States. I also made a lot of friends and I
Uy,
also made a lot of connections. And then my networking and professional endeavors or my professional group of contacts was actually a very good advantage of doing a master's degree in the States. You're going to find a lot of opportunities. As you know, universities in the US have a lot of opportunities for you to do research and for you to do a lot of teaching practices. That's another advantage. Another one, why do I want to do a master's degree in the States? Um, because all of us teachers, we are always looking for opportunities to grow, to learn, and but also, let's be honest, at some point we want to be able to get a promotion or to look for other opportunities in the field. So um, a master's degree will totally show that you are interested in advancing in training, and you're going to find a lot of these master's degrees are going to give you so many tools in terms of linguistics, pedagogy, or second language acquisition. Um, Believe it or not, I told you I did my master's degree long time ago. This was more than 15 years ago. But when I came back, I had a lot of doors opened. I could actually get into the administrative side because the master's degree that I actually did had an emphasis on administration. So these are wonderful opportunities that you're going to be able to find if you are able or if you actually apply to a master's degree in the United States of America. Now, so is it difficult or what can I do if I actually want to find a master's degree in the United States of America? The one that a lot of teachers do is actually the Master of Arts in TESOL, teaching English as a second language to speakers of other languages. It's a very common master's degree. It's going to give you kind of an overview of new methodologies and curriculum design and linguistics. There's another one which is, you know, more like which is broader, which is Master of Education. This master's degree is a little bit broader in the sense that it's going to give you more tools
Vero,
for you to apply in your
Veroncito,
classroom, but also
aquí
in
me
general
aparece
about
19, pero aquí yo no veo a
pedagogy,
nadie. Pues no veo
curriculum,
quién me
and
está
leadership,
escribiendo.
and also it's going to give you the tools
Pues
to
no sé,
become a
no sé
leader
qué
in
será.
your schools. Um,
No,
there
yo no
are
he hecho
other
nada.
master's programs that are more specialized, like the ones you have on right there in the slide, the one on bilingual
Ah, ya.
education,
Bueno.
um,
Pero
or
entonces
educational
no ha escrito
technology,
nadie.
literacy
No, no dicen
development,
nada.
or many others. Just
Muy
for you to
poquitos.
know,
Muy-
education in the States, especially at the level of master's degree, is going to give you so many options. I did the master's degree in TESOL, but believe me that at some point I would have liked to do something on educational technology. When I applied, to be honest, I was not so certain, and I didn't really have the support from an office like Education USA. I loved what I did, but I think I could have taken advantage of
Sí,
other options
se está
that they
escuchando
had
bien.
over there, like
Sí.
technology or
Ajá.
literacy or anything like that. And some of these masters are more based on research, and some of these masters are more based on your professional tracks. So let me talk to you about, or let me explain to you what I mean by this. There are some masters that are going to focus a lot more on research. That is, that you are going to be asked or you're going to be required to do research and write a thesis. Uh, I myself didn't write a thesis project. I did oral exams, and based on that, I actually got my degree. It's also a very difficult step, but I
A
didn't do
ustedes,
a
mil
research
gracias,
per
muy
se.
queridas.
If you're looking for a program that is going to give you more information about research skills, you could do that, especially for those ones who are also interested in taking the next step, which is also doing a PhD program in the United States of America. There are so many opportunities to do PhD programs in the States. I want to show you an example at the end of a teacher in Manizales, yes, a Colombo teacher in Manizales who got a scholarship to go to a university in the States. So if you stay with me, you're going to be able to see that example.
Está bien.
Um, the structure of these programs is that you take courses the first year, and then in the second year you do a research project. So as you could see, these kind of master degree programs are more oriented to people or to teachers that are interested in doing research. Um, those ones who graduate from a program like this are students who are going to get a very strong research and academic writing skills, meaning like those teachers that are interested in coming back to Colombia and doing research or getting involved with research, which is really trendy right now, are going to get well prepared for that very next step, which is doing research in terms of pedagogy or linguistics. This is pretty much, or this type of programs that are focused on research are programs that are totally designed for students who want to do a PhD later on. Now, the other track or the other type of master's degree is the one that is based or focused on coursework. That means this is more practical and it's gonna teach you applications for your classroom rather than that research. That means if you're interested in coming back to your country or if you're interested in um, continuing with your classroom experience, these are master's degrees that are more focused on a regular everyday life and how to improve your teaching on a regular basis. Uh, the difference between the first one and the second one is that in this one, you're not going to have so much research. This is more on, you're going to have classes and you're going to have projects that are going to teach you how to teach strategies, how to teach pronunciation, how to teach writing, speaking. Uh, it's a little bit more practical, and you are going to have pretty much daily strategies to improve. And you don't need to work on a thesis project in this case. The students that graduate from programs like this, you're gonna pretty much get um, professional practice. That's what it is. They usually send you to classrooms to teach students from other nationalities. I'm gonna talk a little bit about that. And this is this type of masters is more for students, sorry, for teachers
Nada de
willing to
preguntas.
come back to Colombia and applying everything that they have learned in their master's
¿Qué dice?
degree.
Ese sonido,
So
¿no?
those are two different
No
types of
dice nada del
program. I hope
sonido de
I've
acá,
been
¿no?
clear
Está
that
bien. Ah, bueno.
you could actually go for the research
Ah,
track
bueno.
or to the
Pero,
professional track.
¿cómo
The
hago para
research
ver
one is the one that
el
is
chat?
going to
Otra vez se
give
me
you
fue. Huh,
elements and it's going to give you, let's say, training on how to do research. And
ay, qué
this one is
picha.
more the one that is going to give
Se
you
me
all
fue
the
eso.
elements for you
Ay,
to
no.
come back to Colombia and start working from the first day as a teacher. It
Ay,
depends a lot on what you're looking for. Okay.
no.
So,
Ah,
is it
se me
difficult?
fue.
Is it
¿Vuelvo a poner otra
really
vez
a
algo? ¿O no? No,
difficult
porque yo ya lo había puesto.
endeavor to
¿No es
try to
cierto?
apply for a master's degree in the
Gracias,
United
Vero.
States of America?
Ahora te molesto otra
It's
vez.
not
No te vayas
difficult at
ahí.
all.
Esa es la
Um,
tuya. Esa es la
Usually,
mía.
what you
No te
have to
vayas ahí.
show is that you have a bachelor's degree, ideally on education or English or related fields. If there is somebody here who is in his last or her last semester of his bachelor's degree or her bachelor's degree, you could also apply. But ideally, you need to have your degree by the time that you apply. You also need to show that you have an English level. I'm almost positive that you guys have that's not really a concern for you. You need to take the TOEFL and you need to take or the IELTS. And then over there in the slide, you could see what's the score that you need. Usually you can get, or they're going to ask you to get between 80 and 100 in the TOEFL or 6.57 in the IELTS. Sometimes some programs, not all of them, are going to ask for an exam that is called GRE. These are very few universities. After the pandemic, a lot of these universities became test optional, and most likely you will not have to take the GRE, but I'm putting it over there just in case. The GRE is a general academic exam that students applying to graduate school have to take. But once again, a lot of universities are making this an optional path or an optional choice. That means that if you don't want to take it, or that if you don't feel like you want to take the GRE, you don't have to do that. Okay. What do you need? You need to complete the application form. You need your transcripts. That means that you need your what we call like your grades from your bachelor's degree. Statement of the SOP, which is a statement of purpose, is a letter of motivation. Super important that you have a statement of purpose, because if you don't have like a very good letter of motivation, the universities might not accept you. The universities might decline or might simply not accept you as their students. You need between 2 and 3 letters of recommendation. You need a CV, and please be very mindful of the deadlines. Just for you to know, I'm almost positive you already know how it works, but the academic years in the United States of America start in September. If I wanted to start a master's degree in September 2026, I should be applying at this point between October, November, December in general. This is not a rule. There are it depends a lot in universities. Remember that there are more than 4,700 universities in the United States of America. So, in general, I would say it's a common rule. The window for you to apply to universities start in October. It goes October, November, December, and January, and that's it. And then you could find universities that even open application until March, April, May. It might happen, yes, but in general, once again, most of the universities have a window, a time window for students to apply to a master's degree between October and maybe February or March. You need letters of recommendations from your teachers or from somebody who could attest for your professional performance. That's pretty much it. Now, um, a very common question. Universities in the United States of America, we know that, are expensive. That's no secret, right? So, what can I get? Universities could offer you um, scholarships based on your excellent performance. So let's say that you had an excellent academic record in your bachelor's degree, but besides that, your whole application is very good, meaning like your English level is almost C1, C2, and your recommendation letters are also excellent, and also you have a lot of experience. All of that together is going to give you a possibility to get a scholarship from or a merit-based scholarship for uh, you to do your master's degree. Now, is it easy to get a scholarship? It's not easy, but it's possible. Once again, if you stay with me until the end, I'm going to show you a very good example of a student or an advisee or a professor or teacher from Manizales, Colombo Manizales, who actually did the process with us from the beginning to the end, who actually got very good offers, financial offers. You could also go to Fulbright. You could also go to the Organization of American States, the OAS, or you could also look for scholarships that some institutions might give here, like Col Futuro or other institutions that can help you do that. Can you work while you do your master's degree in the States? Yes, you can, but you have to be very careful. You need to work on campus. You cannot work off campus, and the maximum time that you could actually work for is 20 hours. Okay. Uh, One of the most effective and, let's say, clever ways to actually study almost for free, yes, believe it or not, are assistantships. That's when I went to the States, I didn't have the money to pay for my study, so I did an assistantship. What are assistantships? There are graduate assistantships, there are teaching assistantships, and there are research assistantships. Let's say that you work for the university, and at the same time you're paying for your studies. That means that I could teach, and while I'll teach, I also pay for my studies through my work. Um, you could also research or help a teacher. I'm going to show you examples. And then through my research, I could actually pay my studies. So let's see. Um, Teaching assistantships. Okay, so these are examples of some teaching assistantships. Um, let's say that you get accepted, you got accepted to a university. The university said, you told the university, you know what, I don't have the resources to pay for your program. As we know, the universities in the States are very expensive. So what? So the university says, okay, based on the fact that you have experience, that your English level is very good, based on the fact that you wrote a very good statement or purpose, and based on the fact that the whole package for the application to the university was excellent, we're going to give you a possibility to do a teaching assistantship. What can I do? I can teach English as a second language composition, or you can also
Se me
teach
va del celular, se
writing
me va
courses.
el chat.
You can
Yo no
also
sé por
teach
qué.
in the IEP. That's what I did
Ah, es
actually,
ahí.
which is you can teach
Ah, ya,
grammar,
listo. Ay,
reading,
mil
or
gracias.
conversation
Bueno, no hay
classes
nadie, nadie
to
pregunta acá
short-term
nada.
international
Qué
students.
raro. Ay,
So
no.
the
Bueno,
IEP, the Intensive English
hay
Program,
solo
is
11.
a program that is designed
Ah, bueno,
specifically
esperemos a ver. Ay,
for international
eso.
students.
Sí.
So that's another
Ah,
way.
bueno,
So what
listo.
do? You teach, and
Ah, sí.
you don't get paid directly. It doesn't go to your pocket, but it goes to your tuition. That's how
Gracias.
you actually pay for your studies. You also have conversation patterns, and you have, which is, helping students develop speaking skills. That's also a possibility. Okay. Now, so I just talked about teaching assistantship. There's also another category within assistantships, which is research assistantships. Students can actually work on a research project uh, related to your field, related to linguistics or bilingual education or second language acquisition. What would you have to do? You have to help the teacher or help the professor collect data. You have to observe classes, you have to do interviews, pretty much do research. That's another possibility. So remember, you can be a teacher, you could be a researcher, and that's a very good way for you to actually minimize the payment that you're going to have to give to the university to study. Now, besides teaching and besides researching, you can also do some administrative assistantships or administrative activities. Like what? Like support, like you could support. students with writing assignments, or you could also work in a specific office. You can also help with curriculum development, or you can also help organizing events. The university is going to decide the profile that you have in order to assign activities based on your profile. So you're strong. Let's say that you have a lot of experience, but you also have um, it seems like you have some organizational skills because back in Colombia, you had a very administrative role. The university might say, oh, this is a candidate that can give us a hand in the department of linguistics to organize activities or to help other students. Um, for example, had a student who applied to a university called Ball State University. And that student didn't do research assistantship, he didn't do teaching assistantship, he did a graduate assistantship. What was his role? He needed to be in charge of organizing the rooms and the houses for graduate students. So that means he had to administer, or he had to take care of the new students coming to the university, organizing the houses, organizing the rules of the houses, and making sure that everyone would have a very good experience. You can also work um, in a technology or instructional role, meaning like you can manage online learning platforms like Canvas or Blackboard or Moodle for a language course. Or you can actually develop teaching materials or instructional videos. So as you could see, the possibilities are really, really interesting, and all of you, I'm positive, have excellent skills, and you have a lot of experience. So based on that, on those skills and based on that experience, the university is going to decide what is it that I can ask this student to do, and at the same time, he would actually pay for his or her studies. Uh, what are the steps to apply? Usually, we would ask you to apply to 5 to 8 universities. Super important is for you to check the requirements, whether you need a language test, you need what are the requirements for the GPA, your experience. You need to prepare your SOP. Remember, SOP stands for statement of purpose, or your CV and your recommendations. Once you have gathered all the information, all the documents, all you have to do is apply online in the university website. Um, when you want to get financial aid, that means when you get a scholarship or you want to get an assistantship, everything that I have talked about, you could do it in two ways. One way is that you apply to the university at the same time you express the financial need that you have in order to be able to cover the cost of your studies. There are other universities that are not going to give you the money from the very beginning. What you have to do is get accepted to the university and then apply for the scholarship or for the financial aid. I hope I'm making myself clear. Since there are so many universities, some universities just give you the money once they accept you for that school. So that means from the get-go, from the very beginning, they'll say, yes, we're going to support you. Other universities make you go through the process to apply. If you get accepted, they'll see uh, whether you are eligible for financial aid. Um, and then once you get accepted, you have to get ready for your visa appointment. Remember, every single student that goes to the United States is going to go with an F1 student visa. And that's actually uh, the document that you have to take to the embassy is actually the I-20, that little number that is in parentheses. You have to pay SEVIs, and sometimes they're going to ask you for an interview. Yeah. Now, what are some of the tips, or what's actually the most important part for you to keep in mind when applying to universities a TESOL program or anything related to education, highlight classroom experience. You have to really, really show your classroom experience in your statement of purpose. You also need to emphasize research interests such as language acquisition, bilingualism, literacy. Every single initiative to do research is something that you should highlight in your CV and in general in your application. Okay. Um, these recommendation letters from former teachers are crucial for you to be accepted to universities. Something that we have or we continue to see is that some professors sometimes commit to write those letters and sometimes they don't because they don't have the time. Sometimes they do, but the letters of recommendation are a little bit weak. So make sure that you ask for those recommendation letters ahead of time. Minimum 2 months before, guys, because I see a lot of students that come to my office sweating it, suffering because the teacher simply doesn't provide the letter of recommendation. Okay. Um, Super important is for you to join all those opportunities like webinars, information sessions that we do here in Education USA. But in general, when you go to different universities, those universities are going to organize so many webinars, presentations, info sessions for you to get information about them. This is a little secret. The secret is that uh, you might get spotted or you might be noticed if you actually show interest. How do you do this? Remember, American universities or US universities are going to make sure to follow you in the process. So the more interest you show, the more opportunities or the more, let's say, chances you have to be accepted to university. They have software that can track you. So every time you get into the web page, every time you attend a presentation, they will know that you actually did that. So presence and showing interest are key for your process. Um, you can contact us at the end. I want to show you our number if you need advising. I don't know how to do this.
Martita.
Can you check my documents? Can you check my statement of purpose? Can you check my CV? Education SA, once again, in Medellin. Well, Medellin at this point, we don't have one, but we will. But Armenia, Cali, Pereira, um, we also have Barranquilla. We are and Manizales. You will have advisors like me who are going to be able to give you all the possibilities and all the information that you need in order to apply successfully. Okay. Now, I didn't want to finish this presentation without giving you this great example. This is Juan Camilo Gutierrez. And you may be thinking, who is Juan Camilo Gutierrez? Well, he was, because he's not a teacher anymore, because he's in the States at this point. He traveled almost a month ago. He's an English teacher at Centro Colombo Americano Manizales. He applied to linguistics, TESOL, and look at this. He applied to all those universities that you have in the list. As you could see, right next to the university, you have some numbers in red. Um, you could see that he was accepted to Ball State University and he got, which is in Indiana, he got $42,193 for scholarships. He also was accepted to Purdue University, which is a top university. He got $52,040 for a scholarship. He also applied for Southern Illinois University. He got $42,193. He also applied to University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign, and he got 59,953. And he also got accepted to University of Pennsylvania, and they offered him a very generous, actually the highest one, a very generous offer or financial offer of 71,980. Believe it or not, uh, this student was he did an excellent job, really, really dedicated to his process and really disciplined. He actually went to the university that is highlighted or that is in bold letters. He went to the University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign, where he was offered 59,953. Why did he go to that university and he didn't choose the other ones? Because this university actually was the one he liked the most, or more than the university, he really loved the program. You might be thinking, oh my God, but he actually passed up on universities like University of Pennsylvania or universities as Purdue University. At the end of the day, you need to make decisions. You know, see, he was accepted by five
Is there
universities. Out of the five
any score
universities, he got
ranking
full
from?
financial aid. But at the end of the day, it was just a process of deciding where he wanted to go based on the academic offering of the university. So it was a long discussion. And by the way, Juan Camilo belongs or used to belong to a program called Opportunity Funds. This is the flagship program from Education USA. So please, what you need to do is just make sure that you follow us on Instagram or Facebook and you apply if you want next year. The program does is not a scholarship, but this Opportunity Funds is a program that is going to cover all the costs for all the process that you need to follow in order to apply to different universities. So it's a very interesting program. Juan Camilo was part of it, and this is how he actually ended up going to this Urbana Champaign University. Okay. Um, how can you find us? Uh, you could talk to us here in this email address, which is bogota@educationusa.org. Here in Bogota specifically, and you know, just different from other cities, here in Bogota, our services is totally free. You don't have to pay for anything. And the idea is that um, you choose or you look for an advising center that is closest to your house. Okay. So I don't know if there are any questions, if you would like me to expand on something. So if you can tell me.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Samuel, for this interesting speech. And we have one question from Isaac Daniel Jimenez Carrascal. His question is the following: is there any GPA score you recommend having before applying, as well as what you have in one's CV?
Okay. So the first question is whether if there is a number that I could give you. I would say Isaac, try to get the highest score possible. Try to do as well as you could do. And it's a very good question because sometimes they say, you know what, I was not the best student, but I never failed a class. My GPA was, let's say, 3.8 over 5, which is not a very good score. I would say ideally you need to get above 4, between 4.2 and 4.8. That's a good score. But let's say that you didn't get it. Um, there are different factors that are going to influence or that are going to determine that at the end of the day you will be accepted or not. I have the opposite. I have students with excellent GPAs, but at the end of the day, they didn't write a very good statement of purpose. Their recommendation letters were a little bit weak, and at the end of the day, they didn't follow a very good process. They didn't apply on time. So grades or GPA in general, yes, is a very good factor to be accepted to a master's degree, but it's not the only one. Okay. And the second part of the question, what was that?
The second question,
Yeah,
sorry.
can you tell me this?
Yes,
Yeah.
as well as what to have in one's CV.
Okay, what should you include in your CV? In your CV, you
Hacen
should include
preguntas.
all the experience that you have, um, but you need to be clever and you need to be, because of course, maybe you have experience that is not related to teaching. At some point, all of us have had work experiences that are not related to teaching directly. That one is not that it's going to affect your process. It's not going to affect your process, but ideally, it should be related to uh, your work as a teacher. Number one. Number two, in your CV, if only if you have any research experience, that should also be over there. Even better if you have anything like papers that you have actually that you have indexed or that you have published or any other. A lot of teachers, including myself, we used to do action research, remember, that based on experience, and that's a beautiful way to show that you are also interested. That counts too. If you have conclusions, if you have a paper to show that you were actually following up on your action research, you can also show that and include it in your CV. Uh, so conclusion is pretty much include everything you could do in terms of um, work or like teaching related work. Number two, just make sure that you include research if you have anything like that. And number three, also try to have something really well organized because I have seen some CVs that sometimes a little bit difficult to follow through, or they don't show that much professionalism because they are a little bit scattered all over, and then they are not very well organized.
Mhm.
That's pretty much what I would say.
Okay, thank you so much for your answer. And there are no more questions on the chat. We don't have more questions.
Okay,
Okay,
no,
so
thank you
yes.
so very much. Yeah,
Uh-huh.
I really appreciate this opportunity.
Okay, thank you very much to Mr. Samuel Reales for sharing his insights and experience with us in this session. Thank you so much. And for the participants, please stay for a while. I will upload the QR so you can scan it and complete the lessons evaluation. Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Samuel.
You take care.
Okay,
Goodbye.
bye bye. Take care. Have a nice afternoon.
You too.
Okay, thank you.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Bye bye. Entonces me voy a FN11 y me voy acá. Ujú. Mm, Ay, no, tranquilas. Vero, listo, ya. Ya puse esto. Entonces, ¿ya qué hago? Ya me despedí del señor, ya todo. Ya puse el micrófono en. Ya. Pues parece, ellos no dicen nada. Pues la gente no dice nada, es como silenciosa. Ah, sí. Entonces ya. Okay. Okay, Wendy, I'm ready.
Okay.
Okay,
Ah, the
we can
first one.
start. Um, Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this session of National ELT Medellin 2025. We are very glad to have you here as we continue sharing ideas and experiences that enrich our teaching practice. It is my pleasure to introduce Wendy Carolina Lenis Gomez. She is an educational psychologist with over a decade of experience in educational and clinical settings. She currently serves as the psychological support coordinator at the Centro Cultural Colombo Americano in Cali, Colombia, where she leads initiatives aimed at improving student retention and well being in English language programs. Since 2019, she has also maintained a private practice focused on emotional regulation, anxiety management, and learning support across any age groups. Her recent work centers on designing and implementing inclusive educational interventions that address emotional and cognitive barriers to language learning, particularly in adult learners. Wendy integrates theories of self regulated learning, emotional self awareness, and universal design for learning to foster more equitable, empowering, and effective EFL environments. So please join me in giving a warm welcome to Wendy Lenis. Okay, Wendy, so you can start the presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so at the end, I will tell you if we have questions. Yes, that's
Okay.
the idea.
Right.
So I will turn my camera off and the microphone, but I will be here.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you
thank
very
you,
much.
thank you.
Okay. Well, as Cristina said, at the Centro Cultural Colombo Americano Cali, I work as the psychosocial support coordinator. And one of my responsibilities is to identify students who need learning support. As
Mhm.
part of that process, I interview them. And most of the time, I hear things like the ones that are on the screen, right? I'm not good enough uh, at English. I don't have what it takes to learn English. I don't like English, or even I'm never going to learn English. So I want to ask you, what other negative things have you students said about themselves when learning English? So you can maybe I don't know, Christina, if
Mhm.
they can comment. Can I see what they comment?
Um, no, I will be the
No?
one on the chat. I am here with my
Okay,
phone
okay,
and I have access to YouTube where they ask the questions. So if
okay.
I see a question, if I may, I can interrupt you and tell you, Wendy, we have a question, or you want at the end of the session. It's.
Okay. No,
Mhm.
I wanted to know if what other things people have heard
Mm,
their students said about themselves, but
okay,
we can continue.
okay, perfect. But I will be attentive here if there is any comment or something. I will tell you.
Well,
Okay,
so
thank.
let's change like the narrative here.
Okay.
Think about the other things that your students say about themselves when learning English, and take a moment to also remember how their body looks, their facial expression looks when they are saying those things, and also what you may have thought that that attitude is about. What is hiding? What is behind those attitudes and those words? Because
María,
in fact, what we have
está todo bien. Yo hice todos los pasos.
find out
Puse
is
el
that
huequito negro, le puse
those
lo
perceptions, those
activé todo.
self
Sí,
perceptions of students
yo
are
se oigo bien cuando
usually
se. Sí,
related to lack of
está
previous
todo bien.
knowledge. That's
Ujú,
what we
sí, está todo
call
bien. Gracias.
true beginners. Poor feedback from the teacher, meaning that even though the students are achieving the learning goals, they are not receiving a good job, and they're like well, how am I doing with with my learning process, right? Misunderstanding of learning goals is also one of the main reasons students feel that they are not meeting the expectation. And it is because when they are beginning the process of learning English as a foreign language, usually they think that they have to already know how to engage in a conversation, how to pronunciate correctly every word, and they um, uh, punish like themselves, like telling them and criticizing themselves that they're not good enough, even though they just have been like maybe for 2 weeks in the process. And another very common reason is because they use ineffective study strategies. They approach learning English as learning science, as learning philosophy, or something like that. And every study strategy is about memorizing. And they don't use strategies that lead them to develop their productive skills. So they end up maybe reading, maybe writing, but they can engage in a conversation because they haven't developed yet their listening and their speaking skills. So, uh, in the process of interviewing all of the students, identifying what their learning needs were, uh, is where I detect all of this. So here at the Colombo, we launched an investigation uh, that later was systematized, and we published even a paper that is called Enhancing English Learning Through Self-Regulated Learning. It was a mesocurricular intervention systematization, and that's the experience that I want to share with you today. And what we uh, after this investigation, and based on these results, we developed some strategies, a project, in fact, to target all of the um, factors that were interfering with the learning process of our students. So, a systematization project has some axes, and I'm going to be presenting you all of the axes and the result based on those. So, we have the phase one. It was the identification of the mesocurricular intervention, that is the educational practice, and the context of this mesocurricular intervention was the Centro Cultural Colombo Americano Cali. That is a nonprofit foundation dedicated since 1954 to English language teaching and cultural exchange, recognized by U.S. Embassy as a binational center, ruled by technical norm 5580 and technical norm 5555. And as an educational institution, must adopt the disposition of law 1620 of 2013 and decree 4021 of 2017 that are like the legal framework in which the learning counseling program is based on. Learning counseling is the program that I lead, and is the program that we in the Colombo have for supporting the English learning process of our students. So this mesocurricular intervention was targeting a very specific group of students, and that group of students is the students of fundamental cycle of the adult program with an intensity of 2 hours, 4 days per week. So, what was the problem? The problem was that some students have difficulties sustaining their motivation and persevering throughout the whole English as a foreign language program beyond the first level of the first cycle. So these are some statistics that we found about the dropouts, and as you can see, the percentage of dropouts belonging to fundamental cycle was 39.30, and a total of dropouts after the first level was 446, and that was about the 38.79% of all the dropouts. So it's a very high percentage of dropouts belonging only to the students that just study the first level of the fundamental cycle. So carry on. Um, when I interviewed these students, I found out that they struggle with the self-regulation of their learning process. And what is self-regulation of learning? Is the ability that a person has to um, gather all of their cognitive, social, and emotional resources to achieve a learning goal. There is like a very complex concept, but in summary, that's what it is about. And there are some things that are involved in that, and those things are a self-efficacy belief. And what is self-efficacy beliefs? Self-efficacy beliefs is the perception that a person has about their ability to accomplish something. That something can be a learning goal, but it also can be maybe a specific task. It could be, for example, if I feel um, that I have the ability to maybe drive a motorcycle or to perform uh, a dance or something like that. It's about if I think that I am able to do something. So in that process, we found out that students have very negative self-efficacy beliefs. One of those word like represented in these phrases like I don't have what it takes to speak English, I am not good enough at speaking English, my pronunciation is too bad, I just can't speak English. And that was like more emphasized, because of the use of ineffective study strategies, like doing a list of unknown words, like writing down everything that the teacher says in class, or just going to class and in fact not studying at all after class. So that was another problem also. That is the study habits. Some students just go to class, they don't engage in a conversation afterwards, they don't read, they don't write, they don't expose themselves to the English, so their process of developing the language is even slower. So the theoretical frame of this mesocurricular intervention was the theory of affective filter of Krashen that says that if a person has anxiety when learning English, that is a filter, an affective filter that is high and difficult the process of learning because if somehow blocks like the information to come that is called the input, so that is a negative factor for the process of learning. We have the self-efficacy beliefs from Bandura that I explained previously, emotional self-regulation from Oxford, and self-regulated learning from Zimmerman, and the process of learning English. So, the mesocurricular intervention was in two phases, in two moments, excuse me. Uh, the first one was a workshop. This workshop was developed in around the eighth class of the first level of the fundamental cycle. Um, we intervene with 314 students, and this workshop was named Emotional Management in the English Learning Process. Uh, we use as instrument a reflective questionnaire, and the objective was to understand how the emotional experience interferes with learning English as a foreign language, and to recognize self-regulated learning as a tool to manage one's emotional experience. And the moment two was a survey. The methodology was mailing, and we use as an instrument a follow-up questionnaire. We did this with just 35 students that participated in the first moment, and the objective was to identify if the students who participated in the workshop made a change in their self-efficacy beliefs and their study strategies. So this first moment was in the fundamental one, that is the first level of the fundamental cycle. That is the A1 cycle. And this SRB was in the level of fundamental plus one, that is the first level of the A2 cycle. So in the phase two, we establish the objectives and the axis of the systematization project. And the systematization objective was to analyze the impact of the mesocurricular psychoeducational intervention related to self-regulated learning implemented in fundamental cycle A1 groups of the Colombo Americano Cali. So the axis of systematization were A. Student self-efficacy beliefs versus the emotion identified as the most frequent in the English learning environment, and B. Study strategies used by students for learning English as a foreign language. In the phase three, we did the reconstruction of the mesocurricular intervention. Um, and I'm going to present you some of the data. So, uh, in the axis one, moment one, that was the workshop, we correlate the self-efficacy belief versus the emotion identified as the most frequent in the English learning environment. So, as you can see, 47.32% had a positive self-efficacy belief, 41.001 had neutral self-efficacy belief, and 69.67% had negative self-efficacy belief. Um, so we had that 59.9% manifested to feel joy, 28.7% manifested to feel fear, and 9.2% manifested to feel frustration. So we have another emotions such as disappointment and sadness, but in a lower percentage. Um, so I sorry. Um, so in the emotions identifying in the studies with positive self-efficacy beliefs, joy was the most fun, the one with the highest percentage. It was 71.33. In the negative self-efficacy belief, fear was the emotion with the majority with 43.24%. And in neutral was joy, followed by fear. So in the survey, that was moment two, we have that um, we evaluate the aspects the workshop help students to reflect on, and the majority said it was the reason why I am studying English, what motivates me to learn to speak English. So we here were trying to identify if motivation had changed. Then statements that students identify with. Um, as you can see, there was like a tie, and I have a clear goal that I want to achieve by learning English, by learning to speak English, and I believe I am capable of learning to speak English. This was to measure the impact of the first intervention, was the workshop. And these are the results of that survey. So in the Axis 2, we analyze study strategies used by students for learning English as a foreign language. And we found out that the study strategy with the most use in the integration of the English language was the integration of the English language into daily life by watching English movies, listening to English singers, and setting the cell phone language in English with 58.99%. That would be like 59, right? And the one with the least was recording oneself while speaking to practice pronunciation. Another results were the number of study strategies used by students. So the majority just used one study strategy, and the second one was two study strategies, and the in third place was three study strategies. So as you can see here, this is a graphic, and it says that the study strategies that is used the most is the integrating English in daily life. Um, and we have here in the moment two in the survey, what was like the change between the first moment related to what the study strategies students use in that moment versus the ones that they are using in moment two. afterward, after the intervention in the workshop, through the workshop. So there was a change because this one, for example, study phrases, not just individual words, had an increase. But as you can see, integrating English into daily life, it keeps being the most used. So, in aspects the workshop help students to reflect on, we see that uh, most of them said that the effectiveness of the study strategies I used to learn to speak English. And some said that the self assessment I make of my English learning process. So these are aspects that the workshop helped students to reflect on. So statements that students identify with, I self assess my learning process to be aware of my strengths and weaknesses, and I used study strategies that help me reinforce my English learning. So, in the interpretation of the mesocurricular intervention, that is phase 4 of the systematization project, we have this 71.33% out of the 47.32 of students with positive self-efficacy beliefs mark joy in response to the question, how do you feel about your capability for learning how to speak English? So this tells us that students starting to learn English as a foreign language struggles with self-efficacy beliefs towards their abilities for learning English. And learners harboring positive self-efficacy beliefs are more likely to be confident, develop self-regulated learning, and experience less emotional discomfort. Um, 97.14% have a clear idea of their motivation to learn English and feel capable of achieving it. So this tells us that all the psychological impact of the mesocurricular intervention leads to a decrease in the affective filter, allowing students to develop self-regulated learning, increased students' awareness of their self-efficacy beliefs, emotional self-regulation, and self-evaluation. 8.83% choose option 7, recording oneself for pronunciation practice in response to the question 4, which of the following study strategies for learning English have you implemented after the talk? Um, So this tells us that few students reflect on what they need to learn how to speak English. Learners do not take control of their educational experiences, and students need to develop self-regulated learning strategy. This is for moment 1. These are the results of the reflective questionnaire that was applied in moment 1. And in moment 2, we have that 100% of the sample survey implemented some study strategy after participating in the workshop. So this tells us that the mesocurricular intervention empowers students to navigate and strengthen their language learning journey by facilitating a shift into a proactive and strategic mindset among students. The mesocurricular intervention helped students to develop self-regulated learning strategies. So these are some learning and experiences. This is phase 5. As an educational psychologist, I realized that reality overcomes theory, and to understand how much the students need to validate their emotion experience. Also, that the greater obstacle for students was in their minds, it still is in their minds. A lot of students struggles with this thought that they're just not able, they just don't have what it takes. There's something particular in our population, and is that students that um, need that have special needs is because they have a background of academic failure. So they carry with that a baggage of feeling that they're just not good enough. And most of them choose to study English because they see that this is something that they might be able to do because other things they just haven't been good enough. But it's not about not having like the cognitive skills, but it's more about not having the study skills because I mean their background even tells us that they don't have maybe the discipline, maybe the knowledge of how to study correctly. So that is even worse, well, not even worse, but that can lead to really struggling in the learning process without even having a cognitive problem. Because if they don't develop these study skills, well, they're going to be feeling anxious and the affective filter is going to be high, and that would mask as if they would have cognitive issues when they don't. I don't know if I was clear with that. Uh, and uh, another realization is that the English teacher has the power to better the whole learning experience for the students, and some of them just don't know it, don't realize that they have the power of making a student feel capable of learning English. And that power is in their words, what they tell students. And that's something that I want to tell you all here.
Todavía no, ya
You,
vamos
as
a
teachers,
terminar.
have that power. You have the power to change the mindset of students. You have the power of changing what they believe about their abilities to learn. And it just take one good job. Or you are doing great. Of course, you can say always you are doing great. Mostly because that's not the case in most scenarios. But you can say, oh, you're doing good this little thing, and you have to better in all of this. But I guarantee you that if you take that moment to tell students that they are doing one thing right, they're going to feel a joy in that moment. They're going to feel satisfaction, and that is the fuel of motivation, the feeling of achieving something. So, as a researcher, one of my experience were um, analyzing the results into separate ACEs limits somehow the interpretation of the findings. So, negative self-efficacy equals practices on receptive skills, for example, and practicing on productive skills triggering equals triggering of negative emotions. Another learning was that statistics dropout report from January to June 2023 to have been included among the axes to compare, because from the 10.29% in 2022 to the 2, because that were the results. In 22 we have a 10.29% in dropouts, and in 2023 we have just 2% of dropouts. Um, so systematizing this experience helps developing a broader strategy for addressing the emotional experience of the students to reduce the dropout rate. The mesocurricular intervention helped students to develop self-regulated learning and therefore to increase their motivation to continue learning. So the phase C of the systematization project is the communication of the systematization project. So here you have a QR that you can scan to read more about the
Todavía no hemos
project.
terminado. Ya casi.
Going to leave it live for 10 seconds for you to scan it. And I think that will be enough. And I want to tell you that based on the results of our systematization project, we developed a project that is called Building Bridges to Language Learning Success. The objective of this project was to cultivate a culture of a safe learning environment in English learning by promoting reflective teaching among teachers and self-regulated learning among students. So we have some workshops for teachers, and the first one was based on the review of real cases of classroom challenges and design strategies to foster safe and supported learning environments. The second one was about reflective teaching. So teachers reflected on their practices and learned how social emotional learning fosters safety, belonging, and motivation in language learning. Eh, so this is an example of one of our videos for an awareness campaign to create a safe learning environment. We also developed this set of cards that was also part of the awareness campaign. This was delivered to the fundamental teachers and the fundamental cycle, that is our A1. We also develop a course for students that is called Learning Strategies Toolkit. This course is a virtual course, it's an asynchronous one, and the students enter the course. We have three ACs, one that is called Clear Mind to Get Emotion, the second one that is called Planning to Succeed, and the third one that is called Practice Makes Me Better. So we here target um, emotional self-regulation, study habits, and learning strategies. Another and the last part of the intervention was to include in the orientation process of students a talk about what nobody tells you when learning English. This talk has a purpose and is to show students what really matters in learning English, explains how confidence and self-demand influence progress, Help learners start with less fear and more trust, emphasize mistakes as part of growth, and aims to empower students to believe they can become bilingual. So, as you can see, this talk um, replies and targets all of the factors that were targeted in the mesocurricular interventions. Is in fact like uh, you can say a twin of that workshop that was first created. It was face to face, but we wanted to make it like more to more like broader the impact of the talk, and we included in the orientation process that is done by the teachers in the first day of class, and the teacher shows this video to the students, and the video afterward has after that has the link to the learning strategies toolkit course. Okay, I think I managed
Hmm.
to finish on time.
Yes,
Thank
Wendy.
you.
Thank you so much. Do you have any contact if someone wants to share with you some ideas or ask you questions or an
Oh
email?
yeah,
Hmm.
maybe I don't have a display, but
Oh, okay.
yeah,
But it's
sorry for
Colombo
that.
Cali.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
no, it's
Ah, Colombo Americano.
colomboamericano.edu.co.
Ah, okay, yes. Okay. Wendy, thank you so much. It was a very interesting presentation and a very interesting
Thank you.
topic. But we don't have any questions.
Okay,
No questions. Eh, so thank you very much to Wendy for sharing her insights and experiences with us in this session.
thank you.
So thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Good
And
afternoon, Christina.
thank you, Wendy. So I will go to another place to leave the QR for the evaluation of this session. Yes.
Okay,
So we finish
so
for
that's
today.
it.
Yes,
Okay.
that's it. Okay, thank you so
Okay,
much,
bye bye.
Wendy. Bye bye. Have a great afternoon.
Okay, bye
Okay,
bye.
nice to meet you. Bye bye. Eh, ah, entonces aquí me quedo. Vero, Vero, ya terminé, pero entonces no es cierto que me voy para acá, para el cosito ese. Eso, ya, ya terminamos.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this session of the National ELT Conference in Medellin 2025. We are very glad to have you here as we continue sharing ideas and experiences that enrich our teaching practice. It is my pleasure to introduce our presenter, Dr. Rosa Vasquez Espinosa. She is a chemical biologist, conservationalist, National Geographic explorer, and award winning artist. She's also the founder and executive director of Amazon Research International, a for purpose organization in Peru dedicated to advance conservation and knowledge of Amazonian biodiversity and culture through science, capacity building, conservation policy, and storytelling. Um, Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Dr. Rosa Vasquez.
Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us today. And thank you so much to the National Geographic Learning team for the invites. I have been before in your beautiful country of Colombia, and I absolutely fell in love. So it is my deep honor to get to share with you today about my work, about how I got to where I am today, how English played such a key role, and to take you on a journey with me to the deep Amazon rainforests, which of course is an ecosystem that we share as well with my home country, Peru. I'm going to share my slides now. Everything looks okay, correct? Great.
Yes.
So today I want to start with a story. Once upon a time, in the deep Amazon rainforest of Peru, a
Ah, no.
place
No.
filled with
No, no,
lush
back.
vegetation, sacred old trees, expansive rivers and lakes, and animals that you may find nowhere else on the planet, there lived a community of semi nomad people. They had learned to live in harmony with the natural world, in reciprocity, ensuring to take only what is needed to make sure that there is enough for those who come next. This place was filled with sounds from a variety of animals and scents and smells from all the incredible and richly medicinal flora that you have around. Some of the unique wildlife that we find in our countries that is found nowhere else on the planet Earth include some of my favorite animals, like the mighty pink dolphins, that is deeply associated with cultural stories that vary between our South American countries. It's such a key animal for the water ecosystems of the Amazon forests, and it always causes wonder in those who have never heard about it. Of course, we also have our terrestrial animals like the voracious predator, the jaguar, that also causes so much mystery due to its strength, the difficulty to find them. Life here expands into the aerial space as well. We have birds and parrots of all colors, sizes, making different welcoming songs, including one of my favorite birds that in Peru we call the pija, that makes a singing as if it's whistling to you. And so for the Peruvian Amazon culture, we say that every time you hear that bird singing, it's because it is welcoming you into the jungle. Of course, this space is also home to such deep ancestral culture of our territories, with various indigenous groups inhabiting these lands for a long time, carrying incredibly beautiful music, dances, songs. medicinal knowledge, rituals, and an interaction with the natural world that can teach us so much in terms of sustainability today. In this area of the central Peruvian Amazon, in this community of semi nomad people, happened to be the place where one of my ancestors was born and raised, my great great grandmother, who had deep knowledge of medicinal plants and was considered a powerful healer. Eventually, her tribe moved to the Andean Mountains, a completely different ecosystem, but beautiful on its own rights. Here is where the next generation was born and raised, including my own grandmother, who you see in this photo and who's still alive. She also grew up having such a deep relationship with the plant and natural worlds, learning about the hidden secrets of medicine that we can find in flowers, in roots, seeds, soils. And when my family moved to the capital city of Peru, Lima, a busy, bustling city as any other capital in the world, she didn't leave her culture and roots behind. Instead, she built a small natural pharmacy right in her backyard that's still standing today, where she made sure to grow various Andean and Amazonian plants and trees that she uses to this day for cooking as well as for medicine. And this is where I grew up. I spent all my time outside of school with my grandmother as my parents were working, and I became fascinated at her way of seeing the world. My grandmother never had the chance to attend school or learn how to read or write, but she carried such deep ecological and cultural knowledge about the natural world. And I share this because as a child, it was through stories that I would hear that I began to dream. What else is there out there? I saw nature as a place of wonder, of joy, and of play. And really, this is what became my inspiration. Nature and culture to this day are what drives what I do and what keeps me motivated and passionate to continue our work. And why do I like to begin with such a personal story? Because I think that we're living really difficult times. There is a new study that was just published in the last few weeks that has caused a lot of debate around the world because it's quite concerning. This study looks at the relationship that humans and populations have around the world with nature, showing that over the last 100, 200 years, we have lowered our exposure to nature by 60%, to the point that some families and children have less than 4 minutes of contact with nature every day. That should concern us, not only because of the fact that we are not having a direct connection with nature, and as such, we may not keep it front of mind, but this disconnection is having literal biological and genetical impact in our children's brain and our own as adults too. There is a vast research now that shows that a lack of connection to nature and a lack of time of being around animals or plants or even soils lowers and shrinks the prefrontal cortex of our brains, which is the key component to be the basis for memory, for learning, and for cognitive flexibility. Cognitive flexibility is the ability to take decisions as things are changing. It is the basis of resilience. So, as we are living in such changing times with the super fast speed at which AI and technology are developing, we need resilient leaders and children more than ever. And so, with that in mind, returning back to my story, I grew up fascinated by nature and hearing my teachers in school talk about biology and chemistry and finding it as if it was magic. It was just a few stories from those teachers that made me dream even more. So by the time I became a teenager, I decided I wanted to be a scientist. I wanted to learn as much as I could, everything I could get my hands to learn about biodiversity in my own country. But I ran into a problem. I realized that most of the information I was finding on the internet at that time was in English. And we didn't really have tools to help translate it as easily as we can now online. And to be honest, my English was not so good. My reading was extremely slow. I remember having to have a dictionary next to me. It would take me so long to go through an article to understand what it meant. My speaking was also quite poor because I didn't have that confidence. My accent was extremely strong, so it made me feel very self-aware. So I could have stopped, but I was so deeply in love with nature and with science and with the idea that I wanted to get closer to it in any way I could, that this challenge didn't stop me, but rather fueled me. And I decided to become the first scientist and first English speaker of my family. And now, looking back into my career, I'm really glad I did so for many things. But one of them is understanding that learning a new language is not just useful to access new information or to be able to communicate with others, but it also literally boosts creativity and cognitive flexibility at the brain structural level. And those are the skills that are going to be the most desirable by 2030 as AI continues to increase, things that are uniquely to the human mind that cannot be replaced. And as such, we need to continue fostering it. And so I studied really hard to get good grades and be able to achieve a full ride scholarship to move to the United States, where I pursue a dual career in biochemistry and in molecular biology, followed by a PhD in chemical biology, as well as a postdoctoral research position at the University of Michigan. A very long career in science and research. Along the way, I became a National Geographic explorer and a United Nations Harmony with Nature scientist. Ever since, I have founded and lead my own organization, Amazon Research Internacional, that dedicates to lead science and conservation in the Peruvian Amazon, as well as co-leading a sustainability consultancy company in the UK. However, the route wasn't always a smooth, direct one. Of course, there were many challenges. I actually remember moving to the United States where my English was still not near as good as it is now. And I remember being the student that would rather stay quiet than ask questions because I was embarrassed. And so I became even more shy and I took a bit of a backseat. I thought that my accent was a disadvantage. And I even had the instance where a professor told me that I wouldn't be successful because I had too many interests and that showed that I wasn't committed and that I wasn't focused and that if I wanted to succeed, I needed to choose a single thing to focus on. And I was so close to believing these square mindsets until I joined a family of like-minded individuals, people from different countries, different backgrounds, cultures, with different accents. that showed me that our diversity was not a disadvantage, but rather our superpower. National Geographic showed me that it is our interdisciplinary thinking, whether that is science, history, photography, journalism, as well as our unique perspectives as individuals that makes us stronger. And that is a testament to what National Geographic does. We are a group of dreamers as well as a group of doers. And it is really this that allow me to believe that our diversity allow us to join a global conversation in a unique way to create big positive changes for our planet. Throughout the time of my career, I've been able to work on some really incredible projects. On one end, I have dived deep in science communication, helping expand what a scientist looks like, as well as expand Latino representation in science and exploration. I have collaborated extensively with Disney and National Geographic on different productions and short films reaching millions of views to be able to show that we too can be leading in science. I have also done collaborations with NASA in English and Spanish to be able to access key information about space to bilingual schools and audiences. I have also been part of the show The Secrets in the Jungle by the Discovery Channel. On the science side, I've also been able to participate and lead really incredible and exciting scientific work. One of my first independent projects was focused on the boiling river. And if you guys have never heard about this incredible and insane place, I highly suggest you look it up. There's a really fun TED Talk and a book about it by another National Geographic explorer. It's a unique place in the Amazon forest of Peru that you find the river is boiling, like the name suggests. The water reach close to 99 Celsius. So you see the bubbles forming, you hear the water sizzling as if you're cooking and boiling some water right in your kitchen. Even in this photo, you can see the hot vapor rise from the surface of the water, hitting the face of whoever is in there. In this photo, I am sweating. I am getting almost a little dizzy. And so you have to be extremely mindful of every single step, especially as some of these rocks become a little slippery because of the extreme of this ecosystem for a long time. Nobody believed anything could survive here because anytime a small animal will fall in, what happens when you put chicken in a boiling pot of water? It cooks. So no animal could survive until you ask things in a different question. So the first time I went to this space, I remember seeing so many colors: greens, yellows, oranges, pinks, blues in some of the hottest spaces. And I immediately thought, those are microbes. You do have life forms here. They're just different kinds. And that is how I became the first researcher at discovering unique forms of microbes living in this space, known as extremophiles, because they love the extremes where nothing else can survive. We use this data now to advocate for unique conservation of this space that is now endangered by deforestation. On the other side, through my organization, we have constant teams and constant research. And one of the new exciting projects we have only just begun this July, so very recently, it's on a topic called zoopharmacognosy. If you have never heard of the word, don't worry. Most people I talk to never had because it's very niche. And it is the study of how animals self medicate. Have you ever, for example, seen your dog or your cat eat grass in the garden when they're feeling sick as a way to purge themselves? Animals know where to go to find natural medicine. And yet this field has never been really studied. And the reason why it's so important is because our wildlife is suffering, and we need to find more creative ways to be able to help them thrive. And so we envision this study, the first of its kind in the Peruvian Amazon, to be able to support the health of animals that are endangered, like the tapir or the jaguar. But the first step to even get to that cool data is knowing where the animals are. And so, how do we do that? By going into the field, looking for the footprints, looking for pieces, looking for clues of where these animals may be. And of course, also using amazing technology like camera traps. And this is a clip that we found in one of our camera traps from this year, being able to locate this incredible hiding spot for this beautiful jaguar. Hopefully, at some point, I can tell you more about the really exciting new results we're getting. But the idea is that this project will feed critical data to the Ministry of Environment in Peru to guide reforestation for human, animal, and ecosystem health. And the final project I'll share with you about, which is the main aspect of this talk, it's on an animal that most people around the world have actually never heard of. And before you think my colleague here, it's crazy, I will ask you, have you guys ever heard about the stingless bees? And feel free to share in the chats or with those around you. Stingless bees. We actually find some in your beautiful country too. But the reason why I start with the question is through my work, I get to speak with audiences from around the world, across different continents, from Asia, Europe, North and South America, of different sizes and different ages, from children to adults. And in most rooms I stand in, when I ask this question, even in a room of 1,000 people, I may just get only one or two people raising their hands, always really curious about the idea that we have stingless bees. And yes, we do have stingless bees. And not only are they interesting because they physically cannot sting you, because they do not have a stinger or they have a truncated one, bottom line, they cannot sting you, but also because they are the oldest bees on our planet. There is science research that shows that they are as old as dinosaurs, showing an incredible resilience across time and evolution. And when scientists looked at what is the closest living relative of this old ancestral bee, we find that it is the stingless bees living in the Amazon forest, showcasing that from the stingless bees that are found worldwide, those in the Amazon hold such a unique position. So you find stingless bees all around the equator line, from Costa Rica, Mexico, Australia, the rainforests of Africa and Asia, and of course, the Amazon forests. Now, I have said they are stingless. Does that mean they cannot defend themselves? We have to think twice about that. And I show this photo to tell you a story of behind the scenes. So I took a photo with National Geographic with bees all around my face. They went a little viral. I had to pose with the bees for 4 hours, and they were completely docile and passive with me. But some of my colleagues did say that sometimes they bite. Now, at the end of that photo shoot, I had one or two bees biting my hands, but I barely felt it. It felt like a tickle. So I laughed and I joked, oh, that's nothing. A few years later, last year, I went back to the rainforest with the BBC to record a documentary that is still available now on YouTube that you can go and watch. It's called The Extreme Climate Explorers. And towards the end of the day, we were close to a beehive, and the bees must have gotten tired of me. that one of them decided to bite me right on the eyelid. Now, at the beginning, nothing happened. It hurt a little, and that was it. The next day, when I was back home, my eye hooked up so bad that it started to hurt. This photo already looks better, but curiously, the day after that, I had to give a talk about stingless bees, and I ended up appearing on the stage with an eye patch, more dramatic than I intended. What you cannot tell in this photo is how it actually felt. So, stingless bees have some unknown toxins in their saliva that must have acted or reacted in such a way that they form microcrystals inside my eyelid, which felt as if I had a piece of glass stuck in my eye for 2 months. So, they're stingless, but definitely not defenseless. And you may ask yourself, I have just mentioned different projects. How did I come to the world of stingless bees? I am not an entomologist. I'm not an expert in insects, but I like to think that I came to it in a mindset that I refer to as always seeking and always learning. I am a deeply, I'm a deep believer that we are in constant mode of learning. And there's actually studies that show that if we're constantly learning, we increase our levels of happiness as humans, which I find interesting because evolutionarily, those that learn the most had the best chances to survive. So we are wired for learning. And when COVID hit, I was completing my PhD, and it was the first time I couldn't travel back home as many people around the world. It was the first time I couldn't go to the Amazon since I'm a little girl. I was in Michigan, very far away from home. And what I missed the most were the conversations with my colleagues, the storytelling where I would learn so much from them. And so I started to call them up. And in one of those conversations, one of my colleagues shared that different indigenous cultures across the Peruvian Amazon were using primarily two ingredients to treat the symptoms of COVID. And one of those ingredients was stingless bee honey. So I became fascinated on the chemistry of this natural resource and how could it be that it had this effect. Now, some of these bees do not look like the bees you're used to. Some can be as big as the largest bumblebee in Europe, and some can be as tiny as ants. Even in this photo, the first time I saw this kind of bee, they were tiny, their entire bodies were black. I thought they were ants. And like I said, I came to them through their medicinal honey, which is known in Peru as the liquid miracle. And throughout our studies, we learned that it was not only being used to treat the symptoms of COVID, but a variety of other diseases like coughs, flu, even infertility, eye cataracts, infections, wounds, burns, and even more. So, from my expertise as a chemical biologist, I really started to wonder, how is it that a single resource has the capacity to treat so many different conditions? Could it be placebo or not? And my first thought was, well, if it's so used vastly, I am sure someone has done the study already. And usually people discard ideas because they think somebody must have done it before. And I think that is also where the explorer mindset comes in. I decided to investigate a little and realized it was such a simple question, and yet no one had asked it before. And so, with my colleagues, we became the first group in Peru to conduct a chemical analysis on stingless bee honey. And what our research showed was that the traditional knowledge of our ancestors was spot on. The honey contained hundreds of unique medicinal molecules that had incredible properties from anti inflammatory, antioxidants, anti tumor, anti cancer, corroborating what the indigenous knowledge knew for a long time. This data has allowed to increase the value of this honey, now helping develop sustainable economies for indigenous communities. We've also heard There's something known as the poisonous honey, which hopefully I can share more with you sometime soon. Our work has really expanded in many directions. We have collaborations with different institutions around the world, from Colorado to Northumbria in the UK, to drive new research with interdisciplinary perspectives. On one end, we are also creating the first map of stingless bees. Why? Because we learned that a big issue was not only that very few people knew about this bee, but because we didn't have much information about where they are, how common they are, then we cannot really monitor how destructive climate change and deforestation are to them. We knew from our colleagues that they were losing bees and they were not seeing them often, but we couldn't take action because the science data didn't exist. And so we have become also the first group to create this link between deforestation and bee decline in a new scientific work, where I'm also very proud to share that the first author is is an indigenous Ashaninka person that has been training with us as a way to democratize access to science. And this work is not easy because I also haven't told you another thing about stingless bees. They do not form a hive as we're used to seeing a big one outside of a tree. Those are rare cases. Stingless bees, in the majority of cases, nest inside hollow trees, where the only clue you have to find them is this tiny little entry, like a door, into the tree. Now try to find this little entry amongst hundreds of thousands of giant, thick old trees. It becomes nearly an impossible task. So I quickly understood why nobody had done yet this work. So what did we do? We listened to the indigenous knowledge, and we learned that our colleagues learned from their ancestors to find the bees at night. Why? Because at night they all go back to their hives, and because they're nesting inside a hollow tree, their buzzing sounds become amplified, almost as if somebody turned on a radio. So you go into the deep, dark forest, not looking for something you can see, but looking for something you can hear. And so we adapted our scientific methods to match this indigenous wisdom so that we can merge both knowledge systems to solve this problem. Navigating the Amazon at night becomes a whole other challenge. It's not just the demanding physical conditions, but some dangers that may come across. In the territories where we work, they also happen to be home to one of the most dangerous snakes in the world that is also known as the only snake that follows you, the Amazonian bushmaster. And you also have to be careful as you're walking to not touch just any tree trunk because you never know what may be hiding, like this killer caterpillar that it looks absolutely beautiful. It's almost as a creature taken out of a Disney movie. And this photo we took a few years ago, this caterpillar was as long as an iPhone and quite thick, so really big. And it is actually so dangerous that it received the Guinness World Record for the most poisonous caterpillar in the world. Why? Because each of these turquoise needles that you see here contain enough toxins to make you bleed internally, including bleeding from the eyeballs within 2 hours. So you have to be very mindful when you're working at night when a lot of this wildlife comes alive. One of the things we are the most proud of to share is our ability to communicate our science. And it is this ability to also that we use to make connections with policymakers and representatives from the governments. And we used our science and cultural data to advocate for what has now become a historic law in Peru, Law 32235, got approved only at the end of last year, implemented earlier this year, that for the first time grants legal recognition and protection to distinguished bees in Peru. We know that our colleagues from different countries, including Colombia, Bolivia, and Brazil, are hoping that something at the national level can also be passed in their countries to save and regenerate our important stingless bee. And at this point, I want to highlight how important language becomes to advocate for sustainability. We see both science and language as a tool for change. It is our English readiness that has allowed us to really highlight and showcase that with local action, we can lead global change. And it is through this ability to communicate fluid in English that I have been able to knock on doors to get our work highlighted, reaching the platforms of National Geographic magazine, CBS News, BBC, as well as even reaching the cover of the New York Times, really positioning our country as a leading space for biodiversity and protection of these key species that I see as the key species to save the Amazon. Our work has also allowed me to receive different awards, including being included in the list of 100 most influential women by the BBC last year and the 50 most influential women in Peru by Forbes Peru this year. And earlier in 2025, I received a call from the government in Peru, say announcing that I would be receiving the Order of Merit, which is the equivalent of the Presidential Medal for my work in conservation and biodiversity. They asked me to be back in the country in the next 2 days. And at the time I was traveling for work, so I couldn't go. But I couldn't think of anyone better deserving than my own grandmother to stand on stage and receive this award on my behalf. I also like to think that our work goes beyond science and advocacy because we need to think about education and empowering our next generation of leaders, their children, to lead with this mindset where nature comes first and to think in interdisciplinary ways so that we can find better solutions for a green future. And so over the last 2 years, I have also co-created an educational program with a National Geographic educator called Interconnected to lead exploration by students. And so this program aims at looking at a local ecosystem through multiple lenses, like biology, chemistry, geology, art, journalism, music, to get students to interact with nature through different forms so that they can activate their creativity and think in interdisciplinary and interconnected ways. And why is this important? Because being outdoors for any child out there typically involves time of play. And it is critical that we highlight and show teaching as play, not just to keep their attention in the moment, but because there is vast scientific research that shows that when we learn by playing, we increase our brain power, our memory, and even our learning speed by 20 times. So it is vital that we start to recognize these metrics so that we can better advocate for education in our classrooms. Through this program, I am very proud to share that many students in the classrooms that at the beginning didn't want to do anything with science suddenly became attracted to understand it because they approach it through nature, through art, being able to be the decision makers on how they learn about the natural world. Even with some children sharing that they now wanted to become microbiologists or scientists when they grow up. And it is also important to highlight that we ensure that this program showcase local experts. Why? Because representation is vital, and that's something that National Geographic is so powerful at highlighting. We need different faces and different voices, not just because it is important to show for inclusion, but because there's also research that shows that boys, to better learn, they do so better by being able to play with their hands as they're learning, so to physically engage with something as they're absorbing material. However, for girls, it's very different. They better engage and absorb new material and knowledge when the person delivering that knowledge looks like them. So, if in textbooks they get to feel represented, that becomes a key aspect of learning. Because if we see it, we can be it. And so I feel really proud that National Geographic works really hard to ensure that this representation is constant throughout.
Em, hola, creo que el internet se le congeló a ella o a mí. Dr. Vasquez, we couldn't hear the audio for those testimonials, but we saw the
Oh, I'm
girls.
sorry. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought the audio was running. Anyways, the students were just sharing how approaching nature through a science and not nature and artistic lens allow them to feel as they were the ones making the decisions and feeling empowered to learn about things they had never before and were now thinking that nature should be coming first. And just to conclude, my collaboration with National Geographic Learning expands boundaries. I like to think that through nature, culture, and English, we are connecting remote parts of the world to inspire the young learners how to become leaders that think about sustainability and think about innovation in better ways, because I believe deeply that authentic exploration inspires learning, connection, and leadership, and we have got to foster it more. My English readiness has also allowed me to write my first book, The Spirit of the Rainforest, completely in English, in not my first language, which I feel very proud of because, of course, it's a difficult and long journey to do it. But I hope that I can show that as Latino scientists, we too can be leading global change. It is available in English in all platforms, digitally, and audio and a hardcover, and it will be coming to Spanish next year as well. So, with that, I just want to close saying that as National Geographic explorers, we show that we may never feel fully ready, but that we must stand up, speak up, and do our best anyways. Because taking action, even if it's small steps at a time, is how we change our world, one story at a time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rosa Vasquez, and for sharing her insights and her experience with us in this session. Very interesting key points, not only in the part of how our connection with nature allows us to learn 20 times better, uh, but how our society has actually diminished that contact, being it so vital because it affects our prefrontal cortex, which is basically that which makes us, let's say, a more thinking